Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Today we will continue the build of the Dragon of Life set. So we did a bit of the build yesterday, we will continue the build today. Excuse me while I silence these ads. Pull up the live stream on a different device just so I can monitor the chat. I hope everyone is having a good one, morning, evening, wherever you are in the world. Don't be shy, let us know you're here, and you might win a cool LEGO prize. Up to and including maybe the Death Star, if you get enough subscribers. Hello, hello, welcome. We will get started shortly, and in the meantime, here is a look at the giveaway. So as you can see here, I'll turn off my camera just temporarily while I show the giveaway so you can see everything. We're very close to the 1.3K mark. So at that point, I'll be giving away a new sealed copy of the LEGO Star Wars Mandalorian Grogu set. So we're very, very close to that. And if we get to 1.5K, which is within the realm of possibility, then I will be giving away the gift of purchase from earlier in January. I did build one copy of the set, but I managed to get another one at the LEGO store, and I'll be giving that one away if we get to 1.5K subs. It's definitely possible. Definitely possible if enough people subscribe to the channel, and so on and so forth. Potentially, I might give away the Death Star if we get to the beautiful 1 million mark. Terms and conditions apply, 18 only, 18 plus only, and so on. The details are in the description and elsewhere on the channel, and actually even here, if you read the fine print down below, it's all there. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting. I'm very close to getting ready in terms of my camera setup. As usual, I'm using right now a technology that should be free, but for whatever reason they decided that if you want to broadcast from a device, you need to pay someone money. Even though you're not using their server, you're not really doing anything with them, but I could not find a free version that actually works. So if anyone does know of an alternative that I could use, then please do share in the chat. I'd love to know. It looks like thing crashed. Strange. I'm having some minor technical difficulties right now. Camera seems to have crashed. Not the webcam, but the, not the laptop webcam, but the other device that I'm using. So that's quite unfortunate, but in the meantime, here's a look at the set. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but maybe you can see this circle So yesterday we did build the mech. We built a side build that for some reason is not shown anywhere on the front of the box. Usually LEGO shows everything on the front of the box. Oops, I exited the presentation. There we go. Yeah, so we built the side build. I built the mech using only the box, no instructions. I built the side build using the 3D view just because the two sides of the box only show it from the front. Two slightly different angles, but we don't really see it from the back. So that's the reason why I use the 3D view for that. But there's no longer a reason to use the, well, we will use the 3D view for the big dragon. As I say, there's not a reason to use a 3D view for the mech because it's small and relatively simple. That's what I meant to say. As you Ninjago related music and share in the chat if you want me to increase or decrease the volume. I think it was fine last time. We'll use the same volume again, unless someone asks me to change it. And here we go. Should see the camera right about now. So yeah, just to recap, here's what we built yesterday in part 1. Mech. Show things very quickly, just because I know people want to get to the main point of today's build. But the cute little mech for the Earth monster. This side build I underestimated. I did not really think it would be like an important part of the set, because you don't really know like the feature from the box. You want to close the mech so it doesn't fall over. Yeah, the side build is pretty impressive with this fin function here. Looks nice as well. Still wondering like what is this green stuff? What does it represent? Who put the Sword of Fire here? How did they bring back the Sword of Fire in the first place? I have so many questions. And then when it comes to the minifigures, we got the Earth Monster, the Loyalist Leader, the Acid Snake or Acid Monster, Aaron and the Lloyd. And then of course we have the Dragon of Life that we built. So from bags 3 all the way up until 5, we build the main core part of the body plus the tail, which can swing a little bit, and it has like what looks to be like a footpath, a stone path going on it. So that's a pretty interesting build right there. And reminder, if you are new here, to like and share the stream. It really helps share the stream to more people in the algorithm. Alright, so at the start of the live stream, for the record, we are at 1289 subscribers, so 1289. We're 11 away from the next goal, and it's very achievable. 11 is definitely doable. I know we can do it. So let's go. I know we can do this. Alright. 6 is next. I do have the box off to the side. I'll refer to it occasionally, but I'll also be using the 3D view. I can't have the box here in the front because it takes up too much space. This is a rather large build. Looks like we got 2 more minifigures in bag 6. See if there's a small delay or a lag in the live stream. Hopefully it improves soon. Minifigures, we got the same in their regular outfit, as well as the downgraded version of Sora without the side printing. A bit sad, honestly. We both get 2 swords. There might be an extra sword after all. I wish they upgraded all the ninja to have side printing instead of removing it from Sora. I suppose at this point I'm beating a dead horse because no one's really gonna listen to me at LEGO and change Sora back to the way she used to be. But here she is. I do like the design of the torso otherwise. We have seen this before last year, so it's not new. And the face print is the same since 2023. I noticed that LEGO does not give us too many variations of the face prints for the ninja. He has your standard hairpiece. We've seen this before as well. So, yeah, another Sora. I'm not complaining, but I just think they should have included Kai instead of Sora. Or instead of Zane. It's the Sword of Fire is included in this set. So you would expect that Kai be included as well. Here's a look at the printing at the back of the torso before it gets covered. I like it's nice, shiny, and metallic, and there's also like dragon scales there, so it's quite interesting. A bit tight. And Zane does not get any alternative expression because there's a charging or data port at the back of his head, as usual. And now he's back to being a robot, titanium robot. In the legacy sub-theme, he is like human again, with like the yellow face. We've seen that. Actually, since the minifigure I have is not too far, I can get it now for a comparison. But here's the Legacy Zane versus the Dragon's Rising. Let me know in the chat which one you prefer. Alright, got Another interesting piece that we get in this bag is this molded dragon head. It's printed. It's probably going to be exclusive to this set, or maybe they do a smaller Earth Dragon later. But it's pretty obvious what this is. Like it's a dragon. You're not going to be able to use this for a building or a car unless it's like dragon focused. That's why I don't like too many specialized pieces in Lego, but I think if they do one or two, I don't mind. So I'm not going to complain about this piece. I think it's fine. If they molded everything, then that's no longer Lego. That's model kit building, which is fine. It's just not what Lego is supposed to be. The idea behind Lego is that you can take this apart and turn it into a building or a spaceship if you want. With that being said, let's start to build the neck and the head. I have a few stickers to apply. I see 2 stickers that need to be applied. The direction matters. So the scales point in this direction. Color matching is quite good. Not perfect, but definitely close enough. Better than many other colors that LEGO has done in the past. Well, at least there's that, although I still think that whenever they duplicate these stickers, they should be printed and reused across multiple sets to basically have economies of scale. On the other hand, some of these details are optional and you can just choose not to apply the stickers if you really don't want to. Done with the stickers in this bag, I believe. This is the neck. This mask goes to Stone Button. This one goes to Zane. Extras of them. We can give to the other ninja in case they need. This is a spare, this is a spare. All here, but thankfully I caught them pretty quickly. Interesting building technique, using these round plates to attach these flower pieces with clip at the end. Definitely an interesting way to do things. This will get clipped on here eventually. fun fact, this piece is used in the long form logo on my channel. It's interesting to see it in person. Interesting the way they put this together in this way. This is held very well together. Watch this soon, but I'll leave it for a bit later, just so it doesn't get in the way. Interesting horn right there. If you're watching this live, what is your favorite season of Ninjago? Comment down below. Are you more a fan of the old school seasons, early seasons, or Dragons Rising, the 11-minute era? What got you into Ninjago? Like, what is your favorite era of the show? You know, basically have the components of the dragon mostly done. You just have to put them together. We still have a few more foliage pieces, but we're close to finishing this head, basically. So all we need to do is insert the head itself. Face, I guess. So the upper part, I guess, doesn't really move too much. It's the lower jaw that's gonna move up and down. This centered. These foliage pieces on the side to much more detail and visual interest. Apparently, this dragon gets a beard. Probably it is a male. I say probably because I don't know how dragons work, but it looks like a beard to me. Wish they used the black versions of these pieces. They do exist. We don't see the red. In my opinion, the red doesn't really go well with the green color scheme. There's the head of the dragon. On the top we attach, well, first we attach these. And this. There's the head completed. This gets attached to the neck. I believe these are all extra pieces. So, yeah, I'll do the announcement right now for this bag. Bag 6 gives us the Sora and Zane minifigures and builds the head and neck of the dragon. And this can be attached very easily to the main body, like so. A little bit unstable when I move it around, but that's because we haven't added the legs yet. There's a bag of extra parts from yesterday. Just toss all these pieces in there. is worth maybe like $1 or $2 worth of stuff. Maybe $3 if you count like this molded piece and the sword. So a minor bonus when considering the value of the set. But definitely not something that should change your purchase decision. Bag number 7. I believe we got our final minifigure in this bag. Strange minifigure distribution. In some bags we get 2 minifigures, in some bags we get none. Even though there are 9 bags in the set and 8 minifigures. You could have done like 1 minifigure per bag. Given us Kai, it's like the 9th minifigure of the set. Oh, actually, Cole gets this dragon tail this time in black. Cole apparently becomes a dragon of some sort. If you look at its primary expression while in dragon form, that would be printing at the back of the torso as well as the alternative expression. I like the big smile, the thick eyebrows, that's very nice, very representative of the character. Of course, don't forget the shoulder pads. Here he has like either a frown or determined look. Can't wait to see what this looks like in the show. Wings. They're black in the case of Cole. Would have been nice to see some transparent or dual molded wings. Or printed wings, but apparently that's out of the budget. Say what you want to say about Crystallized, but Crystallized have good minifigures. Yeah, that's a really nice minifigure right here. I think a lot of people are going to want to get this minifigure. And hopefully they provide these minifigures in a cheaper set. Like I hope they give us all these minifigures, especially the more massable or collectible ones like this. We already have like these minifigures in another set, but if LEGO gives us these in like $10, $20 sets, I think it's gonna be a lot better for kids, for people who might not necessarily be able to afford the big set. I like it when LEGO does things that are customer friendly, because I think you need to prioritize kids and casual fans over investors and people who like exclusivity. Bunch of gray parts here. Wait, we do get an accessory for Cole. Maybe this is a dragon icon. I'm building this based on what I see on the box. Cole gets this apparently instead of a sword. But there are enough swords to go around, so you could give him a regular sword if you prefer that. next bag, we do have some stickers. In order to apply them, we need to have them on these rounded pieces. But because of that, I'm going to attach these pieces temporarily here. I learned this the hard way. When you have stickers, you gotta, on rounded pieces, you gotta have them aligned with the grid so that the orientation of the stickers is correct. In this case, thankfully, the stickers themselves, if they're a bit off, I don't think anyone's gonna care. But we want to have like this thing pointing down, according to what we see on the box. A bit off, but okay, I guess. I guess you gotta look at the sticker as well to see. Basically, this one has a bit more on this side compared to the top, so I can attach it closer to the bottom to compensate. Overcompensated, but it's not too bad. Close enough. Life is too short to worry about perfect sticker placement. Hello, Adam. Thank you for joining the live stream. I hope you're having a wonderful day or night. Yes, I agree with you. The set is on the expensive side. I do hope that LEGO makes these minifigures available in cheaper sets so that kids can get them for a more reasonable price. When I say kids, I mean kids and their parents. Doing the two legs, and I'll build them mirrored. Of course, means if I make a mistake, I make it twice. But if I don't make a mistake, then I'll be twice as efficient. Up pieces. At this point, this. Parallel. Presumably, same would be on this side. Yep. Congratulations on your haul, Darag KB. Hopefully I pronounced that right. That's a very nice selection. Old Town is great. That's a lot of fun. I might pick that one up later. Especially if this video performs well, as well as the other Ninjago review that I already have for the Ninja character display. Old Town has so many amazing minifigures. Harumi, the Time Twin, all the Ninja, except the new ones like Frak. But yeah, first Spinjitzu Master. Lots of good stuff there. I do hope those minifigures also become available in a way that's accessible to many young fans. Because when you buy a big set, yes, you get the minifigures, but you also get the build. That's why I don't like the LEGO Star Wars fans with arguments when they say, oh, I bought the Venator full price, so I think Captain Rex should be exclusive to it all the time. I think the only thing LEGO should have done differently in that situation was edit the instructions to say, oh, it's no longer exclusive. It's the one thing I think they should have done differently. I think they learned their lesson from that. Definitely want for a different design for the feet. The bar here. We also did that for the head. This is either a new designer or just someone who likes experimenting with things. 'Cause I don't remember LEGO doing this very much in even the recent past. I believe this is completely symmetrical, so we can just build another one of these and we'll be done with this pack. Character display is definitely a must get too. Yeah, that one I'm so happy they did the Ninja character display. I already built that live a couple days ago, and the thing I like about that set is they gave us everyone, all the 6 classic Ninja, plus Master Wu or Sensei Wu, and they also gave us Liber, who is Jay's biological mother, as a bonus. And the build was nice as well. I learned things when building that set. You still have your Iron Doom. Oh, that's great. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have too many sets from before times. Like some small sets are currently in my possession, and eventually I might build some of them on the channel when I find the time in between all the new LEGO releases. Yeah, I'm happy they did the Sauron helmet, the figure in the helmet set. I think that was the right decision. At the same time, I'm wondering why did they never do this for Star Wars? They should have put Jango Fett in the Jango Fett helmet, Darth Vader in the Darth Vader helmet, and so on. Need a bar. Oh, there it is. Yeah, but like Jang said, and just like building together said, like they both expressed the idea that you could buy just the minifigure, the Sauron figure alone from Bricklink, and it would cost you $70 US. Or you could buy the helmet and the figure for the same price. Crazy. These are basically going to snap onto the dragon. Basically, be in this direction, obviously. Claws towards the front. This looks weird. It looks like a dead animal. To touch it like this at first, but when you straighten out, it's going to look a lot better. Let's just do the announcement. By announcement, I mean just Bag 7 builds XYZ. This is for the benefit of my future self when I create the review of the set. Basically a recap of the live build. So I'll pause the music and temporarily turn off my webcam for that. Bag 7 gives us the final minifigure of the set, the dragon form of Cole, and builds the mirrored legs of the dragon. Alright. So we're making good progress. You see we did not use these gold pieces. They might go here somewhere. Let me check that. Actually, one of them goes on the weapon. Cool. The other one I'm not sure where. Oh well. We'll figure that out later if we need to. Quite a lot of extra parts in this bag. See, we already have like a lack of space, so I'll move the dragon aside. There's lots of good things about the temple bounty. Seen reviews calling it an elite build. So you've basically made 3 very good choices there. These pieces had bricks. I was not expecting to see those here. This piece here. With all these pieces, I expect to see some serious articulation. Articulation on this thing better be good, given the price and given all of these components. We'll reserve final judgment. Good night. Thank you for dropping by, and see you again next time. Thanks so much for joining today. The remaining 4 stickers are applied in this bag. All of them on pieces like this. Thankfully, we don't have the brittle brown anymore. First of all, these ones. Here, the orientation matters, so double check when applying the stickers. There we go. Same thing here. And we are done with the sticker sheet, thankfully. Alright. Now the front legs. We got the feet appear to be symmetrical, so we can build the 2 feet at the same time in exactly the same way. This is what I'm more used to. It's the feet using these pieces. None of this would have been possible if we did not have the hollow stud here. The part designers, the LEGO part designers, they really knew what they were doing. Like, they made these 2 hollow studs. I said this before, but LEGO parts designers don't get all the credit they deserve. Everyone knows and loves these set designers. They deserve the love and the respect and the admiration, obviously, but I think people don't really know that the part designers play a huge role as well. for this. Always in the last place you look. Combination of all these parts together make the thing feel really organic, really natural. These are brought closer together like this. And we have these claw pieces. Brought together or spread apart as you like. Transparent bright green is a great addition here as well. It makes it feel like the dragon is alive and maybe even a little bit radioactive. Elemental power, or energy. Something like that. So these are the front feet. These are the easiest parts to build. Now I still have to do like the middle part of the foot, so I guess I don't know what would be called in dragon terms, but basically the upper arm and forearm or lower arm, if you could interpret this like to be similar to a humanoid. We are now at 1,291 subscribers at the time that I say this. Only 9 subscribers away from the next goal, and a Lego prize that you might be able to win. We're getting closer and closer. So thank you for those who subscribed. And for those who haven't, there's still time. Now is a very good time to hit the subscribe button. It's totally free. Helps out the channel, and when this channel succeeds, the benefits will, of course, go back to you in the form of giveaways, more of these live streams, and potentially exclusive perks in the future. It looks like right now the streaming quality I see from my side, it looks to be good, so pretty happy about that. My guess is that this red brick goes here. It's gonna get covered up and never seen again. It makes sense to put it here. This I've not seen before, putting 2 of this piece like stacked on top of each other, with probably this piece in between, because again it's not going to be seen. least from the bottom side of the top side. Not quite sure what happened, so I have to leave this blank for now. Because there's a lot of things we cannot do. We need to attach this to build on top of it, build on the side, etc. Let's build what we can before thinking about what we cannot build, or what we just don't know. Good old process of elimination is the thing that will help us here. Of course, remember to build it mirrored. So this way on this side, let's go the other way on the other side. Something we know for sure. Start building the other stuff. This, for example. Things mirrored. Because there are no more blue pieces, we know that there cannot be a blue plate here or here. It's gotta be something else. What? This is what I see. It's a bit strange to me that we're attaching this piece right here. Maybe there's a reason for this. The ratchet this away so to be able to attach it. Normally Lego would never do something like this. Usually it's just to hold two pieces together for stability. I'm guessing it's either for aesthetics or another reason that will become clear later. What's here? I'm going to go this way, but really have no choice here. Also know that this goes here. So this tan plate goes here. I think we've solved this particular part. This is how the two parts link together. Now we can have this and build everything else that we did not know how to build previously. That's basically the key. See, that wasn't so bad. Other copy of this piece. Starting to come together now. Red, blue, prism. For the detailing, you've got to be a little bit careful. Just to make sure you apply the right details to the right place, if you care about getting the details exactly right. Of course, you can always improvise, because these pieces, like, a bit of randomness, it's not going to be a bad thing. Well, it's still fresh in my mind. Let's do the same thing over here. outwards, not flower, foliage piece, and this. So let's do this side. Okay, just one piece. There's only one place for it to go. Right here. It's mirrored on this side. Right? Like this. Yeah, not many parts remain. We made some very good progress. So basically done. A bunch of pieces left, not too many. Hopefully we did not forget about them somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, there is one side here we did not puzzle yet, so that's where those pieces go. just need to put the parts together. Basically, this goes, I believe, here. Yeah. Actually, yeah, this is kind of like pointing towards the center of the body. Same thing here. You have these that point basically towards the back. Feet here from the very beginning of its building phase. Let's do the announcement. Bag 8 builds the arms or front legs of the dragon. They're both mirrored and they're quite interesting in the way they are built, with lots of studs on the side construction. And they get attached to the main build like this using this ratchet piece. It's going to be pretty satisfying to click this into place. Yeah, the dragon is coming into shape. And I do have to say that if you want, you could have the dragon just like this. Time to bring down the legs. Sorry, Aaron keeps knocking himself over. Yeah, basically push this a bit back. This is not a bad look right there. This is a respectable look. Of course, these technic holes don't look that great, but overall it looks okay. Though I know certain dragons in certain cultures do not have wings, and if you want a dragon without wings, then this is decent. Maybe it's a little bit skinny towards the back. Just like add like 1 or 2 layers of plate, and I think that will help tremendously. But definitely we've got a good bulk here towards the front. I like the shaping here, the chest and the head. Looks serious. Like this a bit askew. But yeah, it looks nice. Looks like a proper display model, even though it's primarily a playset for kids. With that being said, let's move on to the final band of the set. That's number 9. So, knock it over. Hopefully it doesn't fall simultaneously like that. That would be annoying. I'm hoping that's a fluke, a one-time thing. A bunch of the minifigures got knocked over, but at least it's the bad guys. If they get knocked over, I'm not gonna feel sorry for them. Okay. Let's get ready for nine and up. Build the dragon in the corner just to avoid having it take too much space unnecessarily. Here's a look at the parts that we got in bag 9. A bunch of these Lego system and Technic parts. Lots of Technic here, more than I was expecting. We have these very large golden pieces. That's interesting that they have this piece. Being used more for mechs and things like that. It looks like they will be used in a decorative sense here. There's also lots of these small Technic parts right here. So lots of small parts in this set. Keep that in mind when judging the value. I'm building without the instructions, as always on this channel. So I'm using the 3D view, but not the instruction steps. And of course, in bag 9, we're also gonna use these vinyl wings right here. I know people usually prefer cloth, and I do too, but at least these look decent. Like the color, the saturation looks okay. They're a bit translucent, and maybe that's by design. Again, we'll reserve final judgment till when we actually apply them. So yeah, I'll just hold on to those for until time comes. What are you doing, Aaron? So basically here you're going to build not just the wings, but a whole mechanism for them using Lego Technic. And you're going to do this twice, once for each wing. I think I'll do what I did for the legs, since that worked out well last time. We'll build everything mirrored. That also means if we make a mistake, you know by now. This looks like one of those pieces that like you can attach and then never remove, so be careful when attaching these two together. Actually, maybe before attaching it, let's think about how we want to orient this. If you want it to be like this, so good news I didn't attach it the other way, because then it would be tough to rotate. See, like it's very tough to rotate. surprised to see no friction here. Technique that I used in the Awesome Space Hour, or at least something kind of similar to this. This piece right here, your stud reversal. We do the same thing mirrored. Let's go this way. Here might be used for the studs. Okay. I'm using this classic space piece used for weapons and things like that. We're using it here. Get the orientation right. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna go with something like this. It's an interesting technique. Interesting technique. Of course, this matches the grid perfectly. Those LEGO designers, they know what they're doing. Massive respects to whoever thought of this. Look at this, it's just so smart. It just makes sense. Here. Up there. Just have a couple more pieces to put here. This. This. And voila. This part is done. these pins exactly like this. Since this is a kid set, I'm not going to complain about the blue pins here. If it was an 18 plus set, I would definitely say they should have recolored these and just let adults figure it out, because adults should be capable of figuring it out, especially if you give them instructions. That's the thing. I'm building without the instructions, so if I make a mistake, I'm not going to be too hard on myself. But if you have the instructions, let's say you put all the pieces in different bags. You put like the black equivalents of this piece in one bag, the black equivalents of this piece in a different bag, and you number the bags or label them somehow so that people cannot make mistakes. I think in that case, you get like a much better design display model. If there are any adults in the chat, share your own thoughts on that. Or even if you're a kid and you're here with your parents' permission, do you really need all the colors to help you build, or would you be fine if they did things like the good old days when I was a kid and all these pieces were black and we were able to figure it out? Sometimes without even the instructions. Here you gotta be very careful because it's easy to make a mistake and then you have to redo the whole thing. If I did this right, I should be able to do this. Insert this axle. Wait, is it this one? Check. The 5 long one. This one is 5 long, yeah, but that's it. I should be able to insert this through like this. And then you have these two in parallel, kind of like one of the Technic sets, the John Deere set that we built earlier in January. And these are like two hockey sticks that meet like this, or you could think of them as like a chromosome if you like. anything here. This is safe to do because it's the first one. Then just have like this big piece. Like just attaching regular parts until we get like this big wing. Sword-like piece. We're starting to get somewhere. Lock these. Thankfully, you can lock them in place right now using this. Go anywhere. very easy to get this wrong. This goes here. This one goes, okay, I think. So to flip this, that's not a big deal. Okay. Yeah, when mirroring, you have to flip the pieces in your head. Easy to forget to do that for a piece. At this point, let's add the gears. These gears are here for friction purposes. To make it more difficult to move the thing, which is actually what we want here, because we want this not to be too easy to move. Otherwise it will collapse under its own weight. We might have to adjust these gears later to fit like the ideal pose. But that's something that's easier done when the thing is built. Or if you know what you're doing, then you could do it now, but I don't know in the end the final result, so premature optimization is the root of all evil, as they say. Basically, this and this should be parallel. Yeah, let's do the gears on this side as well. one. Stabilize things further. Skeletal. Let's build. Build this separate just because it's easier to hold the pieces and build them. So, take a shape one of them here. And I'll build the exact same thing mirrored on the other side, and with that, we'll be almost done. So basically this, flip it on the other side, build the same thing. Right, so it's pretty much almost identical. Forgot this piece here. Yeah, it's pretty much spot on. And we have just a few pieces left, even though it looks like we're not at all finished, but appearances can be deceiving. Here's a look at the mechanism of the wing overall before we attach like the foil piece or the vinyl piece. Actually, I might want to put this in the review, so let me do that. Getting an update. Here's a look at the mechanism of the wing before I attach the final piece. So essentially it has this kind of motion to it. So, oops. Should we do the whole thing? Here's a look at the motion of the wing. So we have a very interesting technical mechanism here with some mechanical disadvantage to prevent it from moving too quickly or too easily. So we don't want it to hold its position. So that's the basic idea of the mechanism here, and it's quite interesting the way they did that. Of course, the exact same applies on the other side. The two builds are mirrors of each other. Excuse me. So we're getting very, very close to the fun part where we actually attach the vinyl and the pieces, but we still have to put this here. Let's do that first. So basically we want to have this like so. Plug in this piece from the outside to hold everything in place securely. We don't want to go in all the way, but another look at the wing. Pretty skeletal for now. We'll fix that soon enough. Sorry, Aaron. Aaron keeps getting knocked over. Poor guy. Needs to point toward the rear. Yeah, this is good. You need to mirror this on the other side. Finicky to attach these. Off of the brick separator to push this in place. Alright. So there we are, we're done. Oh, well, we need to attach these as well. It's quite obvious. And then the remaining pieces are going to be used to, let's see, attach the winged pieces to wherever they need to go. But it might be better to do this first and then plug this in later, so why don't we do just that? So basically this is going to be the outside of this side. we have to cover this as well, so we'll do that after. We have to do the wings first. So basically we have something that is going to be in this general shape. You have to attach the wings on this. So let's bring the wings again. And here's a look at the color of the wings versus the color of the plastic. It is a bit faded, it is a bit muted, but I don't think it's too bad. So I have to figure out which one goes where. I suppose there's only basically I have a 50% chance of getting it right the first time. Or you could just be very careful when looking at the 3D view. You can observe, even on the box, both on the box and the 3D view, you can observe like the thicker canopy of leaves right here, so the smaller leaves go towards the top. And when you remove this, you're going to want to be very careful. If you destroy these, maybe LEGO will send you another copy in LEGO customer service if you don't request too many expensive pieces from them. Otherwise, you might have to buy this on the secondary market, and it could be quite expensive. Actually, this thing looks better out of the packaging. So let's figure out, where does this go? So this is towards the top. Now, which wing is it? And what is like the camera-friendly side? Guessing in terms of orientation, in terms of like actual design, you can see this on the box, like the large hole. Large hole is at the front of the dragon, towards the head. And so we need the one with the wing is pointing this way, the gold piece. And with that, like we align these holes, the holes should fit perfectly with what we have here, and they do, thankfully. It confirms we built it correctly. We just attach these pieces that look like microphone pieces, but they're not actually microphone pieces. There's going to be about 3 or 4 of these. Just this on this side, and we're done. I'll do the same on the other side. But wait, I do see on the box that we see copyright the LEGO group on the outside part of the wing. So actually this is wrong. This needs to go on the other wing. You gotta be careful when removing this. There's a color, I don't see too much of a difference between the front and the back, which is a good thing in this case. It means even if you do it the wrong way, it's not going to be too bad. It's done. This goes here. Once you have like two of them, then it generally stays in place. Yeah, like this. The remaining, they're pretty much stable. I see that there's some stuff we have not done. This one's a bit bent. Maybe that's because of the wing handle. Look at that soon. I see that I still have a bunch of these pieces. But it looks like the build is done, so did we forget something? Let's see. Don't see anything that comes to mind, but if I do, I'll fix it later or maybe in the review if it's important enough. So I'll do the announcement for bag 9, assemble the set, and we'll see what happens after that. Turn off my webcam temporarily. Bag 9. Bag 9 finishes the build by attaching these. Bag 9 finishes the build with these very impressive wings. So they're quite skeletal from the underside, but then we add these vinyl pieces and they do give them literally a lot of life. And when we attach these to the main build, we'll be entirely done with the build of the set. You might need to ratchet these pieces. And now we can say that we're completely done with the build. At this point, I'll cut to the minifigures in my review and so on. If you've seen my reviews before, you'll know how these go generally. But while we're here, let's talk a bit about the set. If you have any questions about the set, the minifigures, any particular part, inside build, the mech, share them in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. Otherwise, I'll just give you my quick thoughts. So first of all, this thing is big. A bit larger than I thought it would be. And you get the mech, and you get this side build. And you get 8 minifigures. So I feel like $140 Canadian, 140 is not the worst for the amount of stuff that you get, at least at first glance. It is a bit thin around the back. I wish they bulked it up just a little bit more. But other than that, I think it's fine. So that's the basic articulation, and believe it or not, I don't have like that much space here. I wish I could like zoom out so you could see the whole thing with like not having it cropped from the top and so on. But I need to change my setup a little bit to do that. But essentially, let's see what we can do. Move this up and down. This is a fixed angle. This is not going to move. We can move this. And also splay in and out. The articulation at the front is decent. I still have not figured out why did it do this. Maybe it's like listening to music and doing like moving its head back and forth, but I generally have no idea why it's doing this. might be something that I did wrong in the build. But yeah, I can look up, look down a little bit. It's like this ball joint for the neck. Of course, I can look left, right. Can it go the full 360 degrees? Yeah, you can go pretty much any angle. So I can look towards the back and see if there's any enemies while it's flying in the air, for example. Yeah, so that's a nice look right there. That's useful. The tail, of course, can go back and forth and has a bunch of these ball joints, so you can pretty much put it in any pose that you like within reason. The hind legs, yeah, they can go back and forth, play in and out, and you have the ball joint here. I'm going to go more into detail for the articulation in my review of the set, but I just want to give the basics while we're here. The wings is what I'm most interested in. So it looks like this is the control. You move this and the wings move like this. I think that's how it works. I'll show you, maybe it'll be better on the other side, but just to see the mechanism. Basically folding down the wings and up. That's the idea. Try to zoom out a bit more. If you bear with me for just a sec. Okay, zooming out a bit more. Let's see. Oh, I just knocked off the wing. Did not mean to do that. Did I fully press this in? Huh. Did I do something wrong? I feel like these should not separate so easily. I have one black packet thing, but it's probably an extra. I also have these red things here, so these go here. Maybe. Okay, I think that's a bit better. Okay, so that's where those go. Another thing we learned the hard way. Now we're done with the build. Just need to attach this firmly. So maybe from this angle it's going to be better. Okay, so this can be moved independently, up and down. See it like right here. And here's how you move the wing. So let's take another look at that. Yeah, that's the idea. This goes up and down. If I do this, did I build it upside down or what? The box shows. This is what it shows on the box. I feel like if I were to do this, display the wings out, then I'd see the skeletal parts, stuff that usually you don't want to see. That's mysterious. Why would they do something like this? Am I missing something? Or is this like some strange dragon that you're supposed to look at only from the sides and not from the top? I don't know. But essentially, yeah, try it. Thing is, like, this keeps crashing into the leg. Maybe I need to. Okay. Rotating this solves that problem. Yeah, there we go. So that's the mechanism. Definitely technically interesting the way it's done. Although I wish they covered up the Technic lift arms here. But in terms of usefulness, is this useful or not? I don't know. I have to think about it. Like aesthetically, it looks interesting, but I don't know how useful it is to me. Like if I want to display this, I don't want to see this. I'd have to cover it up or bring it back, but then if I bring it back, then it's not as impressive as this. I wish they could have covered this up. Like if this, I don't know. Yeah, has anyone built this set? Does anyone have any thoughts on this? Yeah, because it looks like too mechanical here, and this is not meant to be a mechanical dragon. It's meant to be like a dragon of life. It's meant to be a natural dragon. Huh. So we do have space for one minifigure to sit here, presumably Lloyd. Lloyd is the green ninja, probably his dragon. Can he sit with this piece? The answer is yes. So they did think about that. I'm happy that they did. So basically Lloyd can sit here and go wherever this dragon takes him. So, but from this angle you barely see the minifigure. You have to bring down the wings. So yeah, that's this dragon. Let's take a final look at it from all the angles. So I'll keep Lloyd there just for the sake of scale. The tail will make it appear a lot larger than it actually is. I do like the shaping of the head, the horns, and so on. It's pretty interesting. The chest is nice. I like the golden piece right here. The mouth is done really well. It can have a jaw that opens and closes. You can imagine it like eating or talking to people. I like this part of the wings. I don't like this part. Pretty much the dragon knocked away all the minifigures. Here's what it looks like from the underside. Not bad. Definitely not bad. So, my gut feeling is that this is like a 6 or 7 out of 10 set. I'm being a bit harsh. But I should be, because LEGO's releasing 1,000 sets every year, and I can't give them all 10 out of 10. Yeah, so basically, stickers, this mechanism here could be a bit more polished. And it doesn't look too good from the top. Those are my critiques of the set right now, but what do you guys think? Share in the chat. Right now it is 10 p.m. Let's see if we can do some small build, or do we wrap up for tonight? I'm gonna look at the voting results, and that will help me decide. But in the meantime, I'm gonna wrap up for this particular set. I'll put the minifigures away in storage, so I can access them easily later on, along with their accessories. So let's take a final look at them while we're here. So here's the Lloyd. Dragon Cole. Here is Zane, without the dragon form, unfortunately. Here is Sora, without the side printing. Here's the loyalist leader. Here's Aaron. Here's the acid monster. Now you got so many minifigures that don't even fit in this bag, but that's a good problem to have when you have too many Lego minifigures. Here's the rock monster, or earth monster, whatever it was called. I'll just throw in all the weapons in here as well, all the accessories. I suppose I'll show you this one last time in the live stream. It's a very nice printed piece. Maybe it's Lord Roz's master. Just maybe. Alright, so the voting is still open on what I should build next. If you have not voted, now is a good time to go there and vote, because in a few seconds I'm going to go check to see what do we build next. If it's a small set, I'll consider building it now. If it's a large set, I'll leave it for another time. So, got a decent chunk of minifigures here. Decent selection of minifigures, decent chunk of extra parts. Also got the mech. I've seen this yesterday, but just to take a final quick look at it. This is like a $10 mech on its own. We do get this side build. I feel like the side build could be part of like a $15 or $20 set with like 2-3 minifigures. So doing like a quick cost calculation, just back of the napkin estimates using US dollars. $10 for this, plus 2 minifigures or so. Let's say $20 for this, plus another 2-3 minifigures. Here I have $30. This dragon, I would like for it to be 50 US is too cheap. I would like for it to be 50, but that's not reasonable to ask in 2026 from Lego. It does have like this molded piece that's printed. It does have these final pieces. It does have a bunch of these large pieces as well. I'd say this plus 4 or 5 minifigures would be $70 US, 70. So 70, 80, 100. Yeah, so I'd say the US price is decent, and you convert that to Canadian, you arrive at 140. I'd say the set is fairly priced. I would like to see it cheaper, but it's not crazy expensive. It's not a terrible deal. It's not a rip-off. So if you bought the set at the regular price, I'd say you got an okay deal. If you get this on a 20% discount, it's a good deal. If you get it at a 30% or better discount, then it's an amazing deal. But you should definitely get it if you find it on discount, more than 20% off. Alright, so now it's time for me to check the polls on the channel. While we're here, let's also check the subscriber count. We're still at 1,291. A good number, but I know we can reach 1,300. Just 9 more subscribers to go. I know we can do it. I think we have a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, as they say. So the next set we're going to build is this Speed Champion set. Just over 300 pieces. I think we can fit it in tonight. At least I'll try. So I'll just take a short amount of time to put this away. Toss all the side builds somewhere where I can find them later on. As for the dragon itself, where do I put this? Yeah, that's the thing, like, if you're on limited storage, like, where are you gonna put this dragon once you're done with it? That's a very good question to ask. If you're gonna get the dragon, make sure you have a place for it. Try to put it in like some box. I hope that it stays there. Yeah, it's not easy to find a place for this thing. Let's try this again. Okay, I think it's gonna stay there for now. Cars usually drive on pavement instead of on grass. So let's switch that up. And I'll temporarily switch to the presentation. I'll actually go to the giveaway slide while I do this because I don't want to show more than what is absolutely necessary. So yeah, we are 9 subscribers away from the next checkpoint on this giveaway. I know we can do it. Maybe even tonight. Possible. Move things around to be able to extract that black construction paper from under the green one. Not as easy as it looks. There we go. And now that we're done with Ninjago, I suppose we should switch up the music as well. Let's see here. In my music library, what tracks do I want to play now? Which I can only use the safe tracks, and I'll bring myself back on camera so you can see me. bring back the camera. Okay, so we will be building this set shortly. The next set is going to be boats. After this one, I already made a decision to build this set next. After this one, you can decide what comes after by voting in the polls. They're still open. You can decide what I build after this. In the background, I'm setting up the new thumbnail for the stream, as well as the music for this build, and I expect this build to take hopefully less than 2 hours in total. Speed Champions, they do have like some tricky building techniques, but at the same time it's a small car, so it shouldn't be too bad. But don't never underestimate Speed Champions. It's just as complicated as a Lego Technic set in many, many cases. This is one of my favorites. It's a very short song, so I'll have to keep replaying it. Wondering why it's not letting me add stuff to the playlist. Do the same to drag and drop. Looks like that doesn't work. It's super annoying. And I don't want to spend too much time on this, so I'll try to find a track that's just very long and just play it for now. Otherwise, I'll be here for way too long trying to debug something that should otherwise be pretty obvious. So we'll go very classic. Very classic with the serenade song I usually play for modular buildings and things like that. I guess this is a fancy car, so it kind of fits. If you have any suggestions, you can also share them in the chat. Something that I can play for a long time. It doesn't have ads. Alright, next thumbnail. This is the Ferrari SF90XX Stradale. I think that's how you pronounce that. Probably the Italian pronunciation is different. Stradale, something like that. That number is 77254. It's a live build instead of a speed build. But without instructions, part remains true. I don't know why, but the background of the box art is gray and cloudy. I wish they went for something a bit more cheerful, like a blue sky. I don't have too much time to make the thumbnail very fancy, so this will have to do. I to grab the Speed Champions logo. Because I have not done any Speed Champions reviews on this new setup that I have. Right, I think that's good enough. Now let's change the properties of the live stream. For those of you who are YouTubers, you will know what I'm talking about. Maybe. But yes, the thing is not over 2 megs, thankfully. I can't fit the entire title of the thing here. But yeah, in a minute or two, you should see basically the updated thumbnail. People are browsing YouTube should see it as well. So yeah, let's briefly go over this. I'm gonna give my intro at a later time. I'll just say like, let's open the box and see what's inside and so on. Prepare the box cutter, prepare the 3D view for this set. I'll go back to chat. Alright. I'll temporarily turn off my webcam and music just to make it easier for myself later. I'll do the full intro just in case I forget or I get lazy. Hi everyone, this is the LEGO Speed Champions Ferrari SF90XX Stradale set. It was released in January 2026, and I built it live on YouTube without the instructions. Here's a look at the top of the box. We see a side profile of the car, quite interesting. Here's a look at the back of the box, where we conveniently see the back of the car that helps us build it without the instructions. We see here a photo of the real car. So let's open the box and see what's inside. A lot of stuff here. If we push it back, we see that the box could have been made smaller, which could have been up to like this big without really squashing the pieces. Nevertheless, very quickly, got it. In this set, we got four. In this set, we got 5 numbered bags, numbered from 1 to 5. Also got this chassis piece that's not part of any bag, as well as this sticker sheet, which by Speed Champion standards is not too bad. Although I really wish that the front logo would have been a print. We also got this instruction manual that I will not be using. You have a QR code at the front to scan for points. Another one to give product feedback at the back. And if we look at the instruction, we see, and if we look at the front of the instructions, we'll see that there is a comparison between the Lego car and the actual car at the beginning of the instructions. And I really appreciate that Lego does this, and I think they should always do this for all of their sets going forward when they represent real life objects. That's it. You don't have any stats on the real car, horsepower, or anything like that. So that's something you'll have to look up on your own if you're interested. On the back, you have the part list. Let me know if you see anything interesting here, although you can also check this on lego.com since the set has been out for a while now. And let me know if you want me to build any of these other sets. I already got the Back to the Future, so I will be reviewing that in due time. But let me know if you want to see any of the other cars. With that being said, let's start the build with bag 1. I will be using a brick separator to apply the stickers. This brick separator is not included in the set. And with that being said, let's start the build with bag 1. Yeah, this way I don't have to repeat myself when I do the summary review of this set. Pink here. Not expecting that. Got both a helmet and a hairpiece for the minifigure, which is good. Ferrari torso for the minifigure as well. That's deluxe. They did not need to do that, but I'm happy that they did. They're giving us something a bit more premium for the high prices that we're paying for these sets. She looks to be very happy to be driving a Ferrari, which makes total sense. Here's the minifigure in her casual form, civilian form. Here's the alternative expression right there. Yeah, definitely a very happy minifigure. Makes perfect sense. So give her the helmet for when she's driving on a racetrack. The reason why LEGO uses these colors is to help differentiate in the build. And I hope that we won't see any of these colors in the final result. As long as we don't see them in the final result, I'm happy. We'll need to apply some stickers even in bag 1. At least one sticker. Offset, but not a big deal. Much more important to get the external stickers right. Part of the reason that LEGO uses this pre-formed chassis piece is so that the minifigures sit as low to the ground as possible. It's like less than a plate thick. And because this piece is used for many cars and similar vehicles, I think it's a justified specialized part. In other words, it makes sense for LEGO to make this part because it has a functional benefit that you cannot achieve using regular pieces. And because of these hollow studs, this is a legal technique. If these studs were not hollow, it would be illegal. It's quite interesting to see this technique being used here. Now these golden flower pieces, I don't know what they represent. Like, what do they symbolize? Why specifically flowers and why golden? Lego has told us that gold is not a cheap color, but maybe there's a secret, symbolic, hidden meaning that we don't know. Because I'm pretty sure they don't pick these colors at random. They could have used like a green, like 1x1 stud, then it would have been cheaper than this. So why are they doing this? I'm sure they have a reason. Oh. This goes here. The studs. My guess is that something that makes sense there. It's not attached directly. It's this piece before. Still think I'm missing something. Sense now. Okay. Must be something that I'm missing here, but I don't know what it is. I'll work on other things. Go back to this. Lots of pieces. Considered it's gonna make things a bit more obvious. Go here. 4. Something. This is the only place where this works. That fits perfectly. This looks like it's gonna be like this. That's a good look right there. Use pretty much all or almost all the pieces. Yep, just these remain. These are extras. So, stake here. This piece elsewhere. This must go here. One of them. It's like, you know, use this here either. It's like we just put nothing there. Need this flower. here. This goes here. Maybe I got these pieces wrong. They're supposed to actually go this way. I think that's the fix. Yeah, that works so much better. This, I don't know where it goes. Sure. Okay, we'll save it for later in case we need it. Bag 1 gives us the minifigure along with her accessory and helmet, and builds the chassis of the car. There's lots of interesting colors used on the interior that we're not going to see at the end. But we do have here, notably, this gold flower. I don't know what it represents. We have a little bit of studs on the side construction right here. Next up, well, the extra pieces here. These I should have, but it's better to have one more than one less. So much more space here, even with the dock, compared to the run. Very big difference. All the parts in this bag are basically either red, black, or gray. Some printed parts, including this Ferrari. This is a print. This is another print. This is not a print. Sometimes you'll see stuff that's printed on the side in these Speed Champion sets, so not here, but sometimes you have like pieces printed on the side, like these ones here. Watch out for those. This is an interesting piece. I think it's either a new piece or a relatively new piece. Definitely interesting to see it in the transparent black color. You should see the mirror counterpart of it as well. Definitely very nice. Because it's going to be very helpful when tiling stuff and while you're building, things like that. This is definitely a super useful piece. Looks like we're going to be building the rear of the car now. So I'll be flipping the blocks over. This is more useful to me right now. This is an interesting piece. I don't think it's new. It might be new. Not sure actually, but definitely an interesting piece. It's like a 2x3 but with one stud removed. Starting with the obvious stuff first, get the pieces onto the car and out of the way. To see a bit of red after all the greens and browns of the dragon. Looks like there are some stickers you have to apply with these pieces. Well, I'll actually apply them first, then do the stick. I'll actually put the pieces on first, then apply the stickers. There's a new piece. Like a corner wedge thing. Definitely a very useful piece. This could be like used on roofs and things like that. Certainly a very useful piece. I'm happy that LEGO introduced it. No fenders. Okay, the rule is that the diagonals are going to point the forward direction. This one is the one that goes here. This is pointing this way. You can always refer to the box if you're not sure. Yeah, this is a print, this is a separate print, and that's eating up the budget. Now there's some stickers you have to apply. Note that the mirror pieces are in the small bag, so you don't get them confused. That's a good thing that we, whoever is the team responsible for putting the pieces in the bags, they did a good job with that. Now, basically, each sticker gets applied to its rightful place. What I'll do is I'll try to bring the black as close as possible to the edge, like this. Natural as possible, as if it was printed according to the best quality that I would expect. There's parts that we can build now. This stuff's here, so it's for sure we know we're gonna need, and we're gonna do the same thing mirrored. here. It's here as well. Candle dust. Here. Back to that in a moment. What's a symbol like this? The robot arms basically hold these pieces in place. Side comes like this. Right there. Of course, it will be adjusted better after everything is in place. Leave this group here. Yeah, that makes sense. how there's a quarter plate offset between this plate here and this one, but not at the same level. Close, but not quite. So really going for like a quarter plate here. Shouldn't these be at the same level? Yeah, this one that's offset by half a plate. On top of these that we have this here attached by one stud. It doesn't really matter because they're small and nothing else is impacted by them. I'm not going to attach these in as well. Like this is supposed to fit here. I feel like it's fragile to fit everything with just one stud. Let's pick a different music track. I guess this might be helped by this a little bit. Still, I feel like this could fall apart pretty easily. Especially if kids play with it. Definitely a very useful piece for shaping. He raises the bar in terms of what we can expect from LEGO going forward. And the rear shaping here is immaculate. It's amazing. Looks even better than the box, so the box here is a bit faded. See the red in person and on camera, it looks better than the box. That's a good problem to have. I think we're done with this, but almost. We have a couple of these 1x1s. We can figure out where they go. Rear over here. Fill that gap here. With this fill face. Back 2, build the rear of the car. Has some very nice shaping to it. It's a little bit tricky in some parts that feel like they're not very well put together, but it looks okay for now. And yeah, I love the shaping here, and I also like the new piece that we got in 2026. It's a double slope piece. Very useful for cars, but also things like buildings. So I'm excited to get more of that piece. But also, I noticed at this point that the car looks better in person than on the box, just because the red here is a lot more saturated. It's a lot more visually interesting. So that's a good thing. All right. Let's check out the back 3. Looking back 3, we'll be focusing on front. We have more of these printed pieces. The green. I'm guessing the green and white represent the Italian flag because Ferrari is based in Italia. So the colors here, they're not random. They have that special significant meaning. the piece that we saw earlier, this new mold. Definitely a very useful piece, and people are going to be wondering how did we survive all these years without a piece like this. Especially with the move towards display models, the move towards adult focus sets where we don't want to have too many studs exposed. This is definitely a very useful piece for those purposes. It's like we're doing this. Don't know what the orange ingot symbolizes though. Here there cannot be any studs because if there were, then this piece could not be attached, so it's either tiled off or there's nothing there. I don't see too many tiles here, so my guess is that there's nothing there. Wait, I did not do this right. These are supposed to go this way. Actually, I do know that this goes here. There's gotta be something right there. One more of these. It's not these, it's something else. It's gonna be placed there. It means it's possible. direction wrong for these pieces. Redo this part. Very easy to make a mistake like that. Okay, they're supposed to go like this. Just change everything. Please go here. Theory, if I attach this, I should be able to do this. Here. Steering wheel column. Yellow. I think that's the color it is on the real car. Something similar to that. For the wheel arches. Except for one piece there. Maybe it's just one by ones that go there. These pieces. My guess is that one of these goes there. Makes a lot of sense. Not just why it goes like that, but yeah, there it is. You see that the ingot is going to go here, I believe, or next to it by one. I'll just confirm that. This way. Parallel this one. Right there. Interesting using this bar piece here, not bar, but basically this plate with the glue to hold on to this plate to make it a bit more stable. It's time for another sticker. It's time for this dash. Close to the driver as possible. And that's good. Only a few pieces left in this bag. Use slope once again. Got a couple one by ones I need to use. And this probably we need to use as well. And this. And these are not extra. So the only thing that is extra is this. Everything else we should be able to use. Maybe I added some additional details at the rear. I don't see anything new on the rear. Here, I do see that something else here. This is beautiful. Now, so this is an extra as well. Bag 3 builds a lot of the front of the car, including a little bit of details of the cabin. And we got some nice shaping here. I like the way this is done. I like the new piece used here. All these curves. A bunch of interesting techniques used here. For example, clipping this to the main assembly. That's an interesting technique right there. And also the use of this piece right here, the plate with the ridge. That's definitely an interesting use of that piece right there. Oh, I probably went on for too long there, but it's easy to cut audio that we don't want most of the time. Well, 2 bags to go. Bag 4 doesn't seem to be too bad, which is a number of parts. Box. In this bag, we got a bunch of numbered parts, numbered pieces. In this bag, we got a bunch of printed parts, including this one right here. It's printed on this side. The Ferrari logo is a print. It's beautiful. We got one extra of all of these, by the way. Should. Printed headlights. Oh, this piece is printed. We have to put a sticker on it. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, they really should have printed the Ferrari logo right here. Come on, you did a print here, just throw in another print here. Already printed. This piece is printed on the side. I mean, I like these prints, but I feel like this might not have been like the top priority in my opinion. This is also printed. These are not printed yet. So yeah, we're gonna have to apply this sticker. This is probably the most important sticker of the set, so you're gonna want to apply it as best as you can. There we go. Flip of the rear spoiler at this point. This headlight is going to be placed here. A good look right there.